mic test, 1, 2, testing. Mic test, 1, 2, testing. Testing, mic test, 1, 2. Mic testing, mic test, 1, 2.
morning to everyone. Welcome to the Parliament. One of the rules of Parliament is this, that while in the chamber, you should not use the cell phone. Those of you who have cell phones, except with permission, to use your phone, especially to take photos, you will have to get that permission from one of the authorities. You are here to look and listen, not to punch your phone. Okay? So those of you who would like to get permission, you can do so either to the Clerk of Parliament or some other places in the world. We would like for you to be as quiet and listen to what is taking place in the Parliament. We do not want you to talk while the procedures are going. Okay? So, thank you very much for your cooperation. Appreciate it. Have a good morning.
A proclamation by the presiding officers. Whereas youth leadership is of national importance, and whereas youth are invited to be part of the democratic process, and whereas the Ministry of Youth, in collaboration with the Houses of Parliament, is desirous of strengthening youth advocacy and leadership in Grenada, the President of the Senate, Honorable Desmond Williams, and Speaker of the House, Honorable Leo Cato, hereby declare that Youth Parliament be convened at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George's, a maximum of 4 times annually. You may be seated. Consequent upon the elections for youth parliamentarians, which were held on December 5th, 2024, and in accordance with the Commonwealth policy governing the conducting of youth parliament, I now invite nominations for the office of Speaker of the Youth Parliament.
Mr. Clerk, honorable members of this Youth Parliament, I beg to nominate Mr. Michael Lambert as Speaker of the Youth Parliament.
Honorable members, Mr. Michael Lambert has been nominated as Speaker of the Youth Parliament. Is there a seconder?
Honorable Clerk, honorable members, I beg to second the nomination of Mr. Michael Lambert as Speaker of the Youth Parliament.
Thank you. We have a nomination for Speaker of the Youth Parliament. Is there any other nomination? There being no other nomination, I now have great pleasure in declaring Mr. Michael Lambert Speaker of the Youth Parliament, and I now invite him to come forward and take the oath of allegiance. Can someone find Mr. Lambert?
I, Michael Lambert, having been selected as the Speaker for the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true fruit, faith, and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may take your chair. Honorable members of the Youth Parliament, I now invite nominations for the office of Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament.
Mr. Clerk, honorable members of Parliament, I beg to nominate the Honorable Kerry-Ann Marras as Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament.
Honorable members, Ms. Kerry-Ann Marras has been nominated as Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament. Is there a seconder?
Honorable Clerk, honorable members, I beg to second the nomination.
We now have a second. Is there any other nomination? There being no other nomination, Ms. Kerry-Ann Marras is now selected as Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament. Ms. Morales, can you come forward to take your oath?
I, Carrie Ann Maras, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, and that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable members of the Youth Parliament, I now invite the other members to come forward and take the oath of allegiance, beginning with the Honorable Prime Minister.
I, Joshua Andel, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God, solemnly and affirm that I will bear the true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Shanita Shed.
I, Shanita Shade, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God, affirm that I will bear the true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Sean Williams. Mr. Cameron Sincere.
I, Cameron Sincere, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as established by law, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Miss Sashana McVean.
I, Sashana McVean, having been elected a member of this National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God, solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Mr. Tariq Miller.
I, Tariq Miller, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God, solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as established by law, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Mr. Akim Williams.
I, Akim Williams, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Mr. Jonathan Mitchell.
I, Jonathan Mitchell, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as established by law, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Ms. Vernique Lewis.
I, Vernique Lewis, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God, solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Ms. Amanda Chappell George.
I, Amanda Japal George, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Ms. Carrie-Ann Maris.
Please note she already took the oath as Deputy Speaker, so it's redundant. So thank you, Ms. Raj. Ms. Raj.
Mr. Akim Philip.
I, Akim Philip, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Ms. Angela Boyd.
One second.
I, Ramaya Griffiths, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear the fruit and allegiance of the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Mr. Sean Williams.
I, Sean Williams, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Angela Bowen.
I, Angela Bowen, having been elected a member of the National Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of Grenada, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Grenada, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter.
Take that down. Take that down. Would you all stand? Mr. Speaker.
Let us pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Youth Parliament, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Amen. Honorable members, please join us in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all that is evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated. Is it your wish, honorable members, that the Houses do now adjourn during pleasure to await an address by the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Honorable Clarice Modest Cohen of the House of Representatives? All in favor, say aye. And of the contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it, the ayes indeed have it. The Honorable House is now adjourned.
Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for your vote.
I just want to say a special thank you to all who has supported me. I must say it has been a wonderful journey. The experience, the love, I appreciate it all.
I just want to congratulate all the youth parliamentarians, and I look forward to working with them for the next 2 years and serving the young people and being a voice for all the young people across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
I am so grateful to you, the supporters, and
All sit.
Thank you. Pray be seated. Honorable members, it is indeed a pleasure to be able to address this very impressive gathering of parliamentarians, youth parliamentarians, in our chambers today. It is a pleasure and it is an honor to do so. I also want to greet the members in the gallery, especially the children. And I know some of them are eagerly, anxiously looking on. Perhaps many of them are saying to themselves, many of you here are saying to yourselves that you can't wait to take the seat of the Speaker or of the Prime Minister or any one of those members here. And I look forward to sitting in my rocking chair and seeing some of you here holding your seats and your positions and defending your issues with pride. To the members in this chamber, commendations and congratulations to all of you here. I have listened to you in your sessions in Parliament. I have had the opportunity to have conversations with you, one-on-one, and I know that you will deliver and that you will make us proud. I am also very pleased to see that there are, I hope my count was right, 7 ladies and 7 gentlemen. And internationally, we are encouraged to have in our parliaments, in our cabinets, we are encouraged to have at least 33 1/3%, 1/3 of our membership should be females. And there's a very special reason for that, but I do not think this sitting gives the Deputy Speaker the opportunity to explain, but I would love to do that and to explain why we need at least 1/3. But to have 50% is really priceless. And so commendations to all of you in the House. We are small, but we are the envy of parliaments internationally who cannot make a 5% or a 10%. And as you pursue this parliament process, you will understand why we are the envy here in our youth parliament, having 7 and 7. 50%. It doesn't matter whether it's 7 or 70 or 700. What matters is that it is 50% represented. And I'm really pleased with that. The Youth Parliament has a very long history. And I am pleased to see that this trend continues. And it is my hope that at some point in time, we will bring legislation to this Honorable House that would institutionalize this whole process. And again, I'll tell you why, and the clerk would understand why. We had a sitting very recently, and we were told that there were some things that the Youth Parliament may not have access to, but perhaps if we institutionalize it and legally placed you here, then you might be able to access certain areas that maybe now you will not. So there's a lot of hope. Don't lose hope. Let me say that we have in our midst, and Mr. Clerk, I hope you, and Mr. Speaker, hope you'll give me permission to just ask my friend, Miss Heather Stewart, sitting in our midst. She is visiting us from Barbados, representing us from UNICEF, And I am sure she's appropriately impressed with what she's seen. Quite a coincidence in terms of the time, but Miss Heather Stewart, she is, and I'm looking, I don't want to make a mistake, she is a specialist. Let me see. She's a specialist, a child protection specialist of UNICEF office in Barbados, and I welcome you. We have worked with Ms. Stewart. Our office has worked with her in matters of very great importance to the country, but especially in matters concerning women. So, gentlemen, we don't want you to be jealous, but we have some equality to achieve, and we're working through the UNICEF office in Barbados to do that. As Deputy Chair and as Chairperson of the Grenada Women Parliamentary Caucus, I want to embrace this opportunity and take advantage of it to invite all of you, but the women in particular, to join us in the next few days as we celebrate International Women's Day, and to also invite all of the gallery and whoever is listening. We have some work to do in Grenada. Quite a lot of work has been done, but we have more work to do. And therefore, we invite you to join us. You will get the program and the schedule over the next few days, but we must join the world in celebrating International Women's Day. I thank you for this opportunity, and may God bless all of you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that the Youth Parliament record their thanks for the gracious address delivered today to the Youth Parliament by the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion as moved by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable members of the Youth Parliament, the question proposed is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister and seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, which reads, that the Youth Parliament record their thanks for the gracious address delivered today to the Youth Parliament by the Honorable Clarence Modest, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. As many as are of the opinion, say aye. And of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
All rise.
Pray be seated.
All sit.
Item 3, personal explanations.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, and most importantly, the people who placed their trust in me. First, I must express my deepest gratitude to God and to the people who believed in me, the people of my constituency who came out on that day and made their voices heard online. You have entrusted me with the responsibility to represent you, and I do not take that lightly. To my team, those who knocked on doors, made calls, stood in the sun and the rain to spread our vision, this victory is yours more than it is mine. You are the backbone of this movement. I would like to express a special thank you to my mother who is in the gallery, Miss Julius Renaud. To my family members who have seen me through many of my highs and my lows, and to every mentor that I have, and my friend who reminded me of my purpose even when I doubted myself, I thank you. I stand before you here today not just as an elected MP representative, but as a son of the soil, as someone who has walked the same streets you have, dreamed the same dream, faced the same struggles. Today is not just the beginning of my tenure in this house. It is a beginning of a renewed promise to the people who placed their trust in me. You see, not many people actually know my story. I was not the perfect student. I got suspended 3 times in secondary school. I've been in fights, clashed with authority, and after a while, I even struggled to find my place. Matter of fact, I got suspended the same week I came off from a suspension. Mr. Jeremiah almost blew a gasket. But you see, life has a way of teaching us through experience. And through those experiences, I have learned that leadership does not come from being the loudest in the room, but it comes from being willing to listen. And I was willing to listen. I learned that strength is not just in defiance, but in discipline. And I learned that redemption is always possible to someone who is given a second chance. And that is why I am here, because I see in our youth, our young men and women, the same struggles I faced. I see potential often dismissed and frustration often misunderstood. And I refuse to let an entire generation be lost to the streets, to violence, or to the belief that they have no place in society. My motivation is simple. I want to create a constituency where our youth are empowered, where they are heard, and where the community spirit is revived, and where the people feel a sense of belonging. You see, this is a new vision for my constituency. I dream of a constituency where community is more than a word. It's a way of life, where we look out for each other and where no child feels like a statistic, where no young man or woman is left behind. I dream of a time where our young people do not have to wonder if they have a future, because they would know that they do. I dream of a place where a boy who once fought in school and got suspended can grow to fight for his people in their constituency. Where a young woman with big dreams but no support can find a path because her community refuses to let her dreams die. For too long, our communities have been divided. Divided by politics, divided by crime, by hopelessness. Honorable members, this ends today. You see, we are stronger together, and we will not revive our community through speeches or policies alone. We will revive it through action. We will bring back the spirit of competition and belonging by launching a series of community-driven events. What are these, you may ask? Domino and pool tournaments. Because we all know the best conversations happen over a domino table, and the best solutions come when I block my partner and say, you can't pass, you can't play. Then we have debates and academic challenges, because our brightest minds, the truth is they deserve more than a diploma. They deserve a stage. And finally, football, track and field, and cricket competitions. Because discipline is forged in sport, and champions are built when they have something to fight for. You see, if you think that these are mere games, you are incorrect. These are opportunities to build relationships, to create mentorship, and to bring back the pride in where we come from. But the truth is, competition alone is not enough. We will equip our young people with the tools necessary to succeed, not in theory, but in practice. Through CVQ programs, we will ensure that young people who do not want to follow the traditional career path would still have a way forward. Whether it's in construction, technology, hospitality, or entrepreneurship, we will aim to create real opportunities for employment and financial independence for as many youth as we can. We will partner with industries, businesses, and institutions to ensure that when a young person completes a training program, they don't just get a diploma or certificate, they receive a job, a livelihood, and a future. Too many young people feel like they are standing still while the world moves past them. That ends today. Because I know what it feels like to stand at a crossroads with no one to guide you. And I will not let another generation go without direction, without purpose, and without a way forward. For too long, young people have been seen but not heard. We are called the future, but not given a role in shaping the present. That will change. I will create a body similar to a youth council within my constituency, a council where young people will have a direct seat at the table, where they will not just speak, but be listened to. Because I refuse to make decisions about our young people without our young people. If we want a better future, we must build it with them, not for them, not in their absence, but alongside them. This is more than politics. You see, some people enter politics for power. I entered for purpose. I did not come here to warm a seat. I came here to work. I came here to serve. I came here to prove that politics can be different. Because leadership is not about standing above. It is about standing beside. I want to prove that leadership and politics can be honest, fearless, and relentless. You see, I don't expect change to be easy. I do not expect everyone to believe in this vision right away. But I say to you here today, watch what we do. Watch how we move, and of course, watch how we work. To the youth of this nation, your voice matters. Your future is not lost. And if you've ever felt invisible, unheard, or unwanted, I am here to tell you that you belong. Because this is bigger than me. It's bigger than an election. And it is bigger than a title. This is about a movement. It is about a revival, a future that we all can believe in. You see, Mr. Speaker, some fires burn out. Some fires never ignite. But there are these fires that refuse to be extinguished. Those fires that burn against all odds. Those that rise from the embers, turning into something unstoppable. We are that fire, Mr. Speaker. And as long as I stand here, as long as I have a voice, I will keep fighting to keep that fire burning. For our youth, for our communities, for our future. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Distinguished members of Parliament, special invited guests, fellow Grenadians, media representatives, honorable colleagues of this esteemed Youth Parliament, good morning.
I'm sorry. I didn't acknowledge you. Allow me to do it over, please. So, honorable members, please be reminded that we of the standing orders in the House. I noticed that we've been breaking them, and I want us to follow the rules of this House. Honorable Member for St. John, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With protocol already established, a pleasant good morning. I would like to first thank God for his blessing mercies throughout this entire journey. I am beyond honored and humble to stand with the responsibility of representing the voices and aspirations of the gifted young people from the constituency of St. John, with, of course, the anticipation of upholding the faith bestowed upon me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge that this platform aims to gift us with the opportunity of being able to express our ideas, raise concerns, and to engage with our people. Fellow Grenadians, my mission is not solely to raise awareness, but to actively listen to you, as well as to consult and offer solutions to the policies and issues that impacts the livelihood, stability, and future of our Tri-Island state. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, today marks the initiation of something truly transformative, a space where youth voices, values, and perspectives will be the engines of progress to ignite a better future. It is not by chance but by design that I stand before you, and I would like to take my people on a journey so that you may understand where my passion and drive stems from. Let's retract to 2018, the year in which I unexpectedly developed a life-threatening medical condition in which I had to undergo emergency surgery on the same day of discovery, Mr. Speaker. And it was at that moment, while I was on the operating table losing my consciousness, Mr. Speaker, I humbled myself before God and I made an offer. And I said, Lord, if I survive, I will fully embrace my talents and utilize my voice to support and stand up for the constitutional rights and well-being of those in need. And by divine mercies, Mr. Speaker, I was able to open my eyes. The perceived timid and quiet Shoshana McVeen prior to 2018 has transitioned, Mr. Speaker, and I am here to execute a mission of purpose, a mission to shed light, and a mission to implement positive and constructive change for the people of our Tri-Island states. Mr. Speaker, my motivation to take a stand is deeply grounded in the challenging environment I experienced while growing up. Having lived in communities marked by poverty, crime, and social inequality, I became aware of how those harsh realities has stifled the dreams and aspirations of many. For many years, Mr. Speaker, the prevalence of domestic violence, religious pressures, a lack of parental guidance, and limited opportunities, as well as unemployment, has trapped many of my peers in cycles of despair. However, instead of allowing those obstacles to define my future, I aspire to empower individuals and communities to look beyond the immediate horizon and to challenge the unwritten status quo so that we can holistically cultivate a culture of aspiration and achievement for all. I aspire to lead by example, serving as a beacon of hope and change for the youth who often see limited paths ahead. My determination is not merely a personal ambition, but rather a commitment to inspire others to excel, to pursue their dreams against all odds, and to build a growth mentality. It is therefore my goal to demonstrate that success is attainable regardless of one's background or circumstances. Young people, there is no difference with yourself and I. For every time I was told no, I showed up anyways. For every door that was closed, I pushed forward to open another. Young people, repeat after me. I may not be able to control the outcome of my life, but I'll remain humble and continue to strive forward because I believe I can. I draw to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker, that I, Shoshana McVeen, comes from a background of very humble origins. I was born in the Old Guelph Health Center and grew up in communities like Central Guelph Estate, Mungo Road, Menace Beat, and Langton Road in St. George, as well as Grand Anse St. George's. Young people, I too have experienced what it's like to walk 500 plus miles in your shoe. I know what it's like to face all forms of violence. I understand what it's like to not know where your next meal is coming from. Yes, I have felt what it's like to grow in a broken home. I too have faced difficulties in terms of furthering my education. Yet, despite those trials, I have held on to hope. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, my journey stands as a testament to the belief that anything is possible. If I could reverse time to change anything in my upbringing, I would not. So take heed, young people. Your experience, circumstances, status, and upbringings are only illusions to deter you from achieving your full potential. So set your own standards and exceed your own expectations. Young people, be your authentic self. My present today is a step towards dismantling the stigma that individuals like me cannot achieve anything. Mr. Speaker, I must reiterate that we live in a time where challenges are unprecedented, be it in education, employment, climate change, or social justice. But with these challenges comes an important opportunity. An opportunity for us to engage, to speak up, and to implement and be the change that we want to see in the world today. And it is due to those challenges, Mr. Speaker, that I've selected a few areas to advocate for. For example, youth involvement and development, community development and involvement, cultural development, unemployment, and mental health awareness. And just to expound a little bit more on what exactly it is that I am referring to. In the area of youth involvement and development, Mr. Speaker, after interacting with some of the youth in St. John, I've realized that some of them have difficulties with reading and writing and basic math. It is therefore one of my goals to officially launch the Big Brother, Big Sister program, in which we will assist students that have difficulties with reading and writing and basic math in both primary and secondary school. Our ancestors fought with their lives for the right for us to read, to vote, and to write. Therefore, education is everybody's business, and it is of vital importance to genuinely provide the extra assistance to those in need. Fellow Grenadians, have you ever been in a situation where you met in an accident, or a situation where someone was stabbed or chopped or even unconscious, and you just don't know what to do? Too many lives have been lost due to the late administration of first aid and CPR. Therefore, it is one of my team's goals to teach students in Form 4s and Form 5s first aid and CPR, with the intent of them being positively able to utilize their skills to promote safety within their schools and communities through community service. Mr. Speaker, as we are on the topic of community, under community development and involvement, I would like for us to reflect on the mass devastation after Hurricane Beryl. I strongly believe that some situations could have been less catastrophic if our people were properly taught on disaster response and preparedness. Thus, it is our intent to train at least 2 individuals in various communities on disaster response and preparedness. In that way, we would be better able to respond after a natural disaster, hence reducing the need of having to wait on any organization or government to help with the cleaning up process. If we take the time to look, Mr. Speaker, a lot of young people, young men, single parents, mothers, sometimes we see them and they walk the street. Physically, they are there with us, but mentally, spiritually, emotionally, they are not present. I would like to create a program for rehabilitation. Now, sometimes when we hear the word rehabilitation, we think it's just a program to sit with a counselor and discuss your personal life. No, rehabilitation can be much more. You can go on walks, do events together as a community, go on picnics, and attend mental health sessions. Mr. Speaker, unemployment has been prevalent for many years, and it is one of the triggers that affects the mental stability of our young people. It is time that we tackle it from a different perspective. Oftentimes we hear young people don't want to work. However, that is only true for a small fraction of our young people. We have many gifted and skilled young people with the academic qualifications, and in terms of their work ethics and character, it is excellent. However, they are still unable to successfully gain employment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, awareness needs to be raised so that our society can tune out job positions that are readily available for our young people. I would also like to raise awareness on the lack of job availability for individuals with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, they need a means of providing for themselves. Their lack of inclusions throughout the various job sectors needs to be amended because it is hindering their progress. To add to this point, Mr. Speaker, we need to refrain from subjecting individuals with disabilities to a specific type of job. They are very capable of executing various tasks in multiple fields, just as you and I. In order to alleviate unemployment, we must first provide more suitable opportunities. For example, the skill trainings that we provide to our young people should provide employment opportunities upon successful completion. This incentive would motivate them to actively participate, to apply themselves, and will reaffirm their faith, Mr. Speaker. I would like to advocate for more incentives like access to loans and grant funding should be allotted to skilled and qualified young people that attend these trainings so that they can start up their own businesses whilst creating employment for themselves and others. Some of our financial institutions should make the loan process less frustrating, Mr. Speaker, and try to meet the young people where they are. Get them to a level that is acceptable for conducting business with their respective institution and assist them with kicking off their businesses. By doing so, Mr. Speaker, we are building an attainable future of realistic opportunities for our young people. And of course, we do intend to have churches and organizations go into the homes of our senior citizens and people with disability, be it to check their blood pressure, blood sugar, or just to have a conversation. Grenadians, remember, our history lies with our senior citizens. And if we do not engage with them, if we do not speak with them, then our culture is lost. These are just a few areas in which I am committed to working on throughout my term as your National Youth Parliamentarian for St. John. Let it be known, Mr. Speaker, that I am not here to sell dreams, but I am rather here to work and to empower the minds of our people to develop a growth mentality. Young people, as I stand and pledge allegiance to support and represent you, I have one favor to ask of you. Put down the guns, put down the machete, the kerosene and the knives. That life ain't have no vibes. Why be a damn man by chopping off another man's hand? So take heed, young people. Some of us have children to feed. Stop staining our streets with blood and dead bodies in the ditch. Groups and organizations are meant to protect and serve, but your actions of mass execution is beyond disturbing. You can't reason with violence. Violence can't talk. So I will volunteer to sit down with your leaders. I will volunteer to sit down with your leaders with the effect of cleaning up our streets. So lend a hand or two. Be a man. Yes, you. Let us create a shared vision to demolish crime and enable youth with a vision. As a youth, I believe that our generation holds immense potential to drive positive change and shape the future of our society. We are not just the future, but the present.
Honorable
And
Member,
as leaders,
I'm sorry to cut you off. Please remember that we are allotted 15 minutes maximum for our speeches.
Mr. Chairman, has my time elapsed?
Yes. However, I will grant you 30 more seconds to wrap up your speech.
Young people, let us groom ourselves to become architects of transformation. I thank you.
Leader of the opposition, a member for St. Andrews Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A special, very special good morning to everyone present here today. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you with profound gratitude, immense pride, humility, and a heart full of emotion. I didn't just write one speech today. I wrote several, but none of them really captured how I would have felt in this moment. So I wrote another one. Today, I rise not just as a representative, but as a symbol of what happens when young voices rise and refuse to be ignored. As the first ever youth member of parliament for St. Andrews Southeast, and as the leader of the opposition in this youth parliament, I am filled with a deep sense of honor. This moment is historic, yes, but it is more than just a personal achievement. It is a victory for every young person who dares to dream and every woman who has ever been told that she cannot lead. It is proof that we have redefined possibilities by leveling the playing field for gender equality and youth in our society. We have shown that we belong in every room where decisions are made, and we do not just participate, we take our rightful place. As I stand here, I imagine generations from now reading about this moment in a history book. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Cameraman, I hope you take out good pictures with us, eh? make sure you take us out on our good side. But beyond the symbolism, I recognize the responsibility that comes with this seat. As the first to hold this position in my constituency, I know I must set the standard for those who will follow. So I commit to being a representative who listens, advocates, and ensures that youth leadership is not just symbolic, but impactful. My colleagues, we have been given an official platform to engage in governance, to have our voices heard, and to represent with pride. And today, as I take my place in this chamber, I do so knowing that on my back and in my hand and in my heart, I carry the hopes and dreams and aspirations of every young person who believes that they too have a role to play in shaping our nation's future. This seat is not a destination, but it is a beginning. So I accept this responsibility not as a title, but as a duty. A duty to ensure that young people have a voice in the policies that affect our education, our employment, our safety, and our future. A duty to push for real opportunities and not promises. A duty to lead with humility, integrity, empathy, and action. Mr. Speaker, I am Amanda Chapal George, a youth advocate, a leader, a WLF ambassador, a proud alumni of Whipley, a civil sister, a proud daughter to Hansel and Meryl Chapal, and above all, a humble servant of the people. I come from a place called Mamakan, a place that brought leaders like Ajamu, where community means everything, where your neighbor knows your business before you do. And if you try to sneak out, your mother already got that report from Miss Janet down the road before you even reach back. But that's the beauty of St. Andrews Southeast. We are a family that looks out for each other. So as I stand here today, I carry not just the dreams of St. Andrews Southeast, but also the lessons of my roots in Mamakan, where leadership is not about titles, but about service and community. I grew up seeing the immense potential in young people, potential that too often went unnoticed. I saw talent wasted on the block, intelligence buried beneath shyness, and leadership stifled by a system that whispered, "Wait your turn, and you don't belong here." But I've never been good at waiting, and my back broad. So what fuels me is this: the young boy who dreams of becoming an engineer, but has never touched a computer. The young girl with a heart of a leader, but is told she's too young and that women cannot lead. That single mother or father sacrificing their last meal to ensure their children don't go to bed hungry. And that young athlete whose potential is overlooked because their parents don't care if they're good or not. I am here to tell them, and all of us, that our age, our circumstances, our struggles do not define our limits. They define our strengths. It is these experiences, the untapped potential, the overlooked dreams that pushes me to act. And today I commit to acting not just for myself, but for every young person who deserves a chance in St. Andrews Southeast. So therefore, I will advocate for youth empowerment, entrepreneurship, community building, mental health and wellness, education, sports, and agricultural development. I am committed to ensuring that every young person in St. Andrews Southeast is empowered to realize their full potential, is equipped with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to shape their own future, is included in the decisions that impact them and their communities, and is supported with access to quality healthcare and well-being initiatives, and is educated through high-quality, inclusive learning that prepares them for success. So as we move forward, I want to ensure that our youths are not just heard, but are given the tools and resources that they need to thrive. Whether it's through after-school programs, accessible technology, or creating spaces for self-expression. The mission is clear: to unlock the immense potential that lies within each and every one of us in St. Andrews Southeast. On February 4th, I hosted a primary school independence quiz to inspire national pride and academic excellence. In the future, I will be hosting leadership programs that develop emotional intelligence, entrepreneurship, business skills, financial literacy, and economic empowerment. And you ask, where do we see ourselves 5 years from now? It's simple. I see myself still serving, still fighting for our young people, still pushing for changes that matter. Because God is the author of my life and I move on his timing. So right now, I'm in the Youth Parliament chapter, but the story is far from over. Maybe by then, I may be a government MP, I might be an ambassador, or maybe I'll start my own business. Either way, it will be creating even more opportunities for the next generation. Whatever path I take, one thing is certain, I will not stop serving. Because service is not just what I do, it is who I am. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me to stand here and not thank a few persons. First and foremost, we always need to give thanks to our Heavenly Father, for without him, none of this would be possible. To my family, my parents, and my incredible team, Curtis Belfon, Eva Charles, Trisha Williams, Ali and Grant, the love and respect I have for you go beyond words. To Miss Edwards and Miss Kathy and Prince, your unwavering support has been a guiding light. You held our hands when the weight of this journey felt overwhelming, and for that, I am forever grateful. But this journey began with an extraordinary parish sitting, and as proud St. Andrewans, we often boast that we are the best. But beyond pride, we have been truly blessed, because from the very start, we were mentored by an exceptional facilitator, Mrs. Mark, and guided by remarkable youth coordinators, Mrs. Edgar, Ms. Aloma, Mr. Moore, Ms. Kay, and Ms. Alana. And to the amazing people of St. Andrews Southeast, this is our moment. This is the time to make our voices be heard. So thank you for believing in me, for trusting me with your dreams and ideas, and for allowing me the honor of being your voice in Parliament. Together, we have made history, and I will cherish this moment forever. Now, as I take this step, I reaffirm my unwavering pledge to be the voice for all of us in St. Andrews Southeast, advocating for their dreams, their challenges, and their aspirations. I had pledged to be with you in the good times and the bad. Might I remind you that in me, you have a confidant, a friend, a sister, and an advocate. I commit to working tirelessly to create opportunities for your growth, to listen to your concerns, and to represent your needs with integrity and dedication. Might I remind you, don't ever think that you aren't good enough, because I am here to represent each and every one of you in St. Andrews Southeast. The crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently, the ones who are not fond of rules and has no respect for the status quo. Because we can quote you, we can disagree with you, we can glorify or vilify you, but what we can't do is ignore you, because you change things. You push the human race forward. And while some may see you as the crazy ones, the black sheep in your families and communities, I see brilliance, genius, and hope. Because the people like you and I who think we can change the world are the ones that do. And you have taken my hand, so now, together, we will build a future where every young person is empowered to succeed and to make a meaningful impact in St. Andrews Southeast. Thank you.
Honorable Member for St. Patrick East.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, fellow youth of this great nation, a pleasant good morning to you all. I stand before you today deeply humbled and honored as the National Youth Parliamentarian for the constituency of St. Patrick's East. My name is Shanida Shade, and I accept this responsibility with a heart full of hope, determination, and an unshakable commitment to the youth of this nation. I stand on the shoulders of those who have fought, advocated, and worked tirelessly to make the voices of young people heard. And today, I pledge to continue that mission, to amplify our voices, fight for our opportunities, and champion our future. Over the next 2 years, my vision is clear. I will work relentlessly to make St. Patrick's East a beacon of opportunity, empowerment, and transformation for young people. I will ensure that every youth, regardless of background or circumstance, has the tools, support, and confidence to dream big, to achieve, and to contribute meaningfully to society. But this is just not my mission. It's our mission, a collective movement for change driven by the aspirations of every young person who desires to believe in a brighter tomorrow. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that mental health is just as important as physical health. Yet, far too often, our young people suffer in silence, burdened by stress, anxiety, depression, and the weight of expectations. This must change. I will advocate for mental health programs that are easily accessible to young people, programs that reduce stigma surrounding mental health, provide counseling and guidance service, educate young people on coping mechanisms and emotional resilience. Because when we prioritize mental well-being, we empower a generation that is stronger, healthier, and ready to lead. Far too many of our youth graduate full of potentials, but empty of opportunities. A degree or diploma alone is not enough. We must equip our young people with practical skills, confidence, and the connections they need to succeed. To achieve this, I propose job readiness workshop to teach young people how to craft outstanding resumes, ace job interviews, and navigate the professional world. A mentorship and leadership series where successful young professionals, and community leaders share their journey, inspiring and guiding this next generation. An online platform that serves as a one-stop hub for scholarships, internships, job opening, and volunteer opportunities so that every young person knows exactly where to go to find a path forward. This is not about handouts. It's about building a foundation where ambition meets opportunity. Mr. Speaker, leaders are not born, they are made. And our young people deserve the chance to cultivate their leadership potential, to find their voices, and make real impact in society. I will champion youth engagements that empower young people to take active role in their communities, encourage peer-to-peer leadership so that experiences of today's young leaders pave the way for tomorrow's trailblazers. Our young people are not just leaders of tomorrow. They are the change makers of today. And with the right support, they will not just inherit the future, but they will shape it. A strong education system is the foundation of a rich nation. But education must evolve. It must be more than textbooks and just tests in a classroom. It must be a tool for a real-world success. I will work to expand access to free online courses and learning resources so that financial barrier never limits one's ability to learn. Launch youth awareness campaigns on the importance of education, career building, and personal growth. Strengthen mentorship programs, because when young people have role models, they begin to see possibilities beyond their circumstances. No young person should ever feel that he or her dream is too big or too out of reach due to a lack of access, resource, or support. Fellow young people, I stand before you today, not as a leader standing above you, but as a peer standing beside you. I promise to work tirelessly, listen actively, fight boldly for your concerns, your future, for our shared vision of a nation where every young person has the chance to thrive, contribute, and lead. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and the young heart of this nation, let us not dream of a change. Let us be the change. Together, we will rise. Together, we will lead. And together, we will create a future that is not just bright, but unstoppable. I thank you.
Honorable Member for St. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a day that the Lord has made. We rejoice and are glad in it. I express my foremost gratitude to God for to show his mercy and grace that I am here. My mother was in the audience. It is said that a child's first weapon is a mother's hand. Thank you, Mom, for being a pillar of support and guidance. To my father, a good shepherd, thank you for nurturing me and my sister. I didn't do this alone, and a special thanks must be given to the team that ensured my success, including Abigail Ellis, Reese Sam, Shem Joseph, Beverly Victor Nichols, Javon Bartholomew, Michael Lambert, and Ishmael Litt. To my family, friends, fellow community members of Vincent's and surrounding areas, throughout St. David, everybody who has been a breath in the wind. I don't take any of your support for granted, nor do I take any credit for being here. I also would like to thank the coordinators and staff in the Ministry of Youth for having guided and molded this court of newly elected youth parliamentarians from the inception. To all parents, guardians, and well-wishers, and students in the gallery, your presence here is very much appreciated. We dream because around you, you are safe enough to close our eyes. And special welcome to the newly elected youth parliamentarians. I am Tariq Miller, and very simply, I am a son. I am a brother, I am a student at TAMCC, and I am the youth parliament representative for St. David. My journey, like many others, has been shaped by those who saw potential in me where I saw limitations. In Form 3, adrift in the sea of adolescence, I was labeled a follower. But one teacher, and if I may call her Miss Etienne, a beacon in the fog, saw something more. She ignited within me a conviction that I can make a difference. That spark, once a flicker, now burns brightly, fueling my commitment to serve. Mr. Speaker, this is a profound impact of mentorship, the ripple effect of believing in someone's potential. And in our interconnected world, that influence transcends borders. We, the youth of Grenada, navigate a globalized landscape, beaming with opportunity and peril. We are the generation poised to shape the future, yet we are also vulnerable to the challenges of our time. There is an urgency, and there is a now. My commitment to you, the youths of St. David and Grenada, is encapsulated in the power of we. It's a call to action, a blueprint for a better tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, let us redefine badness. Let us shatter the destructive association of badness with violence and aggression. Badness is not walking through a school with a knife. It is not bullying another person. True badness resides in being a protector for your loved ones. True badness resides in completing your task with excellence. True badness resides in being a champion for justice. Badness in being a good friend. That's badness. Mr. Speaker, let us re-revolutionize education. Is it just about grades, A's, B's, and CXC's? Or is it about being a good person? Each year, we produce doctors, lawyers, engineers, business owners, and the number continues to grow. But we must produce good people. We must nurture human in humanities. Equally important is the area of skills training. Throughout my campaign, I emphasized my commitment to advancing technical and vocational studies, equipping young men with in-demand skills, enabling them to create marketable projects and generate income while simultaneously honing their passion for craftsmanship and innovation. Mr. Speaker, let us reimagine youth spaces, vibrant hubs where young voices resonate, where ideas are born, where solutions are forged. I am committed to doing my part in establishing safe spaces for our youth, providing an avenue where our most pressing concerns about mental health, substance abuse, addictions, and peer pressure can be heard, understood, and properly addressed. By addressing these issues, we, young people, will feel acknowledged, appreciated, and empowered with the resources to overcome challenges, leading to a stronger, more resilient community. Mr. Speaker, let us reconnect with our heritage. Let us reclaim the wisdom of our elders, timeless truths embedded in our proverbs and traditions. Do so, do like so. And friends bring you go, and don't bring you back. And the myths, Mr. Speaker, such as Laja Bless, Legarou, and Papa Bois. These established ideals in our society. I am determined to play my part in preserving and strengthening our culture and heritage through series of storytelling and bonfires, ensuring that we, the younger generation, can be knowledgeable about that thing which makes us Grenadian and, by extension, Caribbean. Imagine folk being embraced among our youths, helping us to stay rooted in who we are. We simply cannot overlook or take this connection for granted. Let us re-envision our role. Not only are we the future, but the now. Our engines must not go cold. We move or we rust. As the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I am deeply grateful for the trust that you have placed in me. But this journey isn't one that I can take alone. I remain committed to supporting and advocating on our behalf, and I look forward to your continued partnership as we work together. I am your humble servant, Tariq Miller. Thank you.
Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a pleasant morning to you. A pleasant morning to everyone in this distinguished chamber and to all who are within the sound of my voice. This is truly a historic moment for everyone who calls Grenada home. I stand here humbled and honored as a proud representative of the young people of St. Andrews Northeast. This is not just my victory, it is our victory. It is a defining milestone for our community and our nation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who placed their trust in me, to my family, my friends, my dedicated campaign team, to the wonderful team at the Ministry of Youth, and most importantly, to the young people who believed in this movement. Thank you. To my fellow candidates, I commend you for your passion and commitment to service, and I look forward to working together to advance the best interests of our youth. What do you do when you're given the chance to make history? When you are granted the privilege to lead, inspire, and to be the first to lay down the path for someone to follow? I can tell you what I will do. I will lead with kindness, I will be sincere, and I will serve with integrity. I do this first and foremost because I am God-fearing, and secondly, because this role as youth parliamentarian gives me a profound opportunity to live out one of my greatest passions, empowering young people to become their best selves and to shape a future we can be proud of. I campaign on the slogan, creating opportunities, building dreams, and I stand by that promise today. The world is full of opportunities, boundless possibilities waiting to be seized. Yet too often, we as young people fail to recognize our own potential or lack the confidence to pursue these opportunities before us. Sometimes all it takes is for someone to believe in us, to recognize our potential even when we struggle to see it ourselves. I am committed to being that someone. I will be that resounding voice cheering on the youths of my community. I will be a bridge that connects them to opportunities for personal and professional development. I will amplify their aspirations, champion their potential, and advocate for issues that matter to us. Because our voices deserve to be heard, and our future deserves to be built with intention and purpose. My vision is clear. A community where young people are included in decision-making, where they feel pride in their communities, and where they have access to the resources they need to succeed. I believe that with the right opportunities, proper guidance, faith in God, anything is possible. To achieve this vision, I will focus on 4 key initiatives that will serve as pillars for the work ahead. Pillar 1, safe spaces, bright futures. a partnership with schools, churches, community organizations, and other groups to create dynamic programs that nurture personal and professional growth. This initiative will transform our community centers and open spaces into hubs for youth development where youth can engage in homework support and tutoring programs, career guidance and mentorship, skill building workshops to unlock their full potential, creative outlets to showcase their talents, and much more. This is more than just providing activities. It is about creating an environment where young people feel safe, valued, and encouraged to pursue their ambitions. Pillar 2, advocating for abuse prevention and victim support. As someone with a background in social work, I have witnessed firsthand the silent struggles of abuse victims, those who suffer in silence, afraid to seek help. While we have made strides in recognizing that abuse is unacceptable, we must now champion the other half of the conversation, the right to seek support without shame and fear. Every young person deserves to live a life free from fear, harm, and the silent struggles of abuse. My advocacy will focus on strengthening legal protections, fostering open discussions on abuse prevention, expanding support networks for victims and families, promoting community education, and recognizing, preventing, and confronting abuse. Too many suffer in silence. But together, we can break that silence. We can create a safer, more supportive future for our youth. It is essential for our youth to know that there is power in saying no to abuse, but there is just as much strength in saying yes to support. Pillar 3, youth in sport, uniting communities. Sports is not just about competition. It is about discipline, teamwork, and resilience. It is a tool for building strong, healthy, and connected communities. During my campaign, one recurring theme amongst the youth in my villages were the need for more structured sporting opportunities. While some clubs exist, many lack the platforms to showcase their talents. That is why I will work toward expanding organized sporting competitions, promoting sports as a vehicle for mental and physical well-being, providing recreational sporting events that will bring communities together. Sports is able to unite us. Let us harness that and create a lasting impact in our communities. Pillar 4, breaking barriers in unemployment. In today's challenging economy, sustainable employment and economic independence are crucial for long-term success. To support youth in achieving this, I will actively promote entrepreneurship as a viable career path while also assisting those seeking traditional employment opportunities. Too often, we leave school with the expectation of being hired rather than exploring the possibility of creating our own employment. This mindset limits potential and delays the realization that entrepreneurship is within reach from our youth. My goal is to foster a shift in perspective. For those venturing into business, I will serve as a bridge, connecting them with guidance on securing funding opportunities, drafting essential startup documentation for your businesses, and navigating the process of launching your business. Likewise, for individuals seeking employment, I will facilitate access to training programs, career development opportunities, and interview preparation support, ensuring that they can step into job opportunities with confidence and competence. No young person should feel lost when it comes to their future. It is essential for you to note and to recognize that they are not just job seekers. They are innovators. They are change makers and potential job creators. These initiatives, Safe Spaces, Bright Futures, advocating for abuse prevention and victim support, youth in sport, uniting communities, and breaking barriers in youth unemployment, are not just policies. They are a collected voice of the young people in my community. You asked for more opportunities, more chances to build your future, to turn your passions into careers, to feel supported and empowered. I will not merely speak of change, I will work tirelessly to make it a reality. Today, as I took this oath to serve you, I do so with pride, commitment, and a heart full of purpose. The election is over. You have trusted me with your vote, a vote for your dreams, your future, our community. Now is my turn to show you why your vote mattered. Thank you.
Honorable Member for St. Andrews Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of this honorable House and my distinguished colleagues, specially invited guests, students, those viewing online, and to my dear youths of St. Andrews Southwest, good morning. Today, I stand here filled with gratitude, humility, and honor. This is a monumental moment in my life, and I'm honored to be chosen by the youths of St. Andrews Southwest to be their National Youth Parliamentary Representative. But above all, I stand before you as a voice for the youth, the resilient, the vibrant, the determined, the strong youths of St. Andrews Southwest. They have embraced me. They have loved me. They have cared for me. And I promise them that I will not let them down. And so to the youths of St. Andrews Southwest, I say thank you. Thank you for your unwavering support, for believing in me when it would have been easy to doubt. To the many of you who stopped me in the streets expressing your admirations, your hopes, your dreams, your words have fueled my determination. To the school students, and I must, like my honorable colleague from St. David, point out both of my alma mater, who is here today, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School students in the gallery, supported by Miss Alicia Alexander, my former teacher, and the Holy Innocent Anglican Primary School, who is supported by Miss Rona Banfield. Thank you. They have supported me from the very beginning, even at times more eager than I am. And so I say thank you for your enthusiasm on this journey. But it's not just those of you who have expressed your admiration and your support publicly, but the quiet ones, the ones who have had to listen to their stories, their dreams, their struggles. I say thank you. Each conversation has left a mark, and each moment has left a bigger mark on my heart. These conversations have reminded me of the power of community, the power of youth, the power of what we are capable of when we come together and rally behind a common cause. I want to thank all of you, especially those whom society may turn their back on, ignore at certain times, or who may feel overlooked. Thank you deeply for allowing me the opportunity to connect with you on a deeply personal level. I owe you a great amount of gratitude. I am truly grateful. You are the unsung heroes of our constituency, our community, and our families. And I promise you that I will work to ensure that your voices are heard, your needs addressed, and your true potential recognized. I must also take a moment to recognize some of the most hardworking youths of my constituency. The young farmers from Ladigue, Brush Grove, and Munich. Your tireless work and commitment to feeding our families and our communities have not gone unnoticed. To the young fishermen of Soubise who risk their lives on the open sea to provide for their families, our communities, our constituency, thank you. You are the backbone of our economy, and I stand with you in your efforts to ensure a better future for yourselves, your children, and our constituency as a whole. To the talented and humble youths of Harford Village, Ford, Gramborough, Union, St. James, Grenville, and all over St. Andrews Southwest, I say thank you. You are, we are the future of St. Andrews Southwest, and I will work every day to ensure that that future remains bright. Mr. Speaker, I must take a moment to speak from a special place in my heart. Now, there was once a boy living in rural Ladigue. He had big dreams. However, he did not know quite well how he will achieve such dreams. But what he did know was that he had parents who, through their unwavering faith, showed him the way. They taught him that sometimes you don't have to know exactly how things will work out, but what matters most is trusting in God and trusting in your own potential. They allowed that boy the freedom to walk the streets, to dream big, and to wander. Through their love and guidance, they instilled in him the values of empathy, resilience, strength, and humility. Qualities that would go on to shape his journey. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, members in the gallery, that young man is speaking to you now. There are two people who have shaped my life more than anyone in this world. And they are my parents, Deanne Mitchell and Brian Sincere, who is right there in the gallery. You have been my guiding light, my rock, and my greatest supporters. You have always been there for me, lifting me up when I needed it the most and showing me the strength of character that I hope to embody as I serve my constituency. You have taught me the importance of resilience, empathy, and the power of love. You have shown me what it means to keep going, even when things are tough. You have taught me the value of hard work, perseverance, and above all, the importance of caring for others. You are my role models, and I am proud to be your child. Thank you for everything. I owe you both a debt of gratitude that I can never fully repay. To my family and friends who have been there for me every single step of the way, thank you. Your encouragement, your love, and your unwavering support and belief in me have been a guiding light and strength throughout this journey. I could not have done this without you. I also want to give mention to two important persons who have played a very, very important role in allowing me to be here today. One of whom is in the gallery today, and that is Diana Joseph. Mr. Speaker, there are few persons whom you can rely on, even in difficult situations. Diana would literally show up when she has things on her own to do. Sometimes I even have to hide or refuse to let her know certain things because she will drop everything she's doing to come to my side and support me. Diana, I just want to say thank you. Also, a gentleman who has served his country and continues to serve his country, Mr. Henry Ogilvie. Every single weekend, he would call, give advice, his stories of how he nearly ended up a politician. And I am indeed grateful. And he have taught me something that I will never forget. The 3 Ds, the drive, the determination, and the desire. Every call he reminds me of those 3 Ds. And I usually call him Uncle Henry. Uncle Henry, Henry Ogilvie, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, throughout my campaign, I'm sure my colleagues from St. Andrew have heard me say this more than once. But in St. Andrew Southwest, you know, some of us, we rise early, some due to circumstances, due to situations. We may rise late. But Mr. Speaker, if it's one thing, no matter what, we always rise. We are a constituency of people who know how to overcome challenges, who know the value of hard work, and who know that success is not given, it is earned. Together, we have proven that we are capable of anything. Together, we'll continue to rise. And whatever I do during my term, I hope that I can inspire all the youths of St. Andrew Southwest and Grenada as a whole to rise as well. I hope to help you unlock your potential, to show you that you too can achieve greatness, no matter where you come from, what obstacles you may face. We are the next generation of achievers, and it is our time to step up, to take charge, and to build the future we deserve. I want to speak to the youths all over St. Andrew Southwest. Life is not about where you have started, but where you want to go. And I'm here to tell you that your journey is not limited by your past or your current circumstances. I am determined, through this position that I now hold, to fight for opportunities that will help you succeed. I will work tirelessly to improve youth representation, to advocate for you, for more opportunities, and to ensure that youth voices are heard in every single corner of our society. In this chamber, we have the power to inspire, to challenge, and to lead with conviction. Let us remember that every challenge we face is not an obstacle, but an opportunity. Let us remember that a chance to prove that greatness is not determined by where we come from, but by the character we exhibit and the vision we pursue. To be great, we can't be small. To the youths of St. Andrew Southwest, and to every young person in this nation, I say rise. For you are the generation of change, the ones who will lead with purpose, and the ones who will not allow the walls of fear or doubt to hold you back. We must be big as the values that define us. We must be the leaders of tomorrow, today. I believe that every young person should be given a fair shot to succeed. Every generation of youths, believe it or not, in Grenada have faced a moment where they had to stand up and advocate for themselves and their peers. And simply, this is our moment. This is our time to shine, our time to rise, to make our dreams a reality. We shall not stand still or look back or get distracted. Together, we will move forward. Together, we will own our moment. Thank you, St. Andrew Southwest. Thank you for your trust, your support, and your belief in a simple, humble, grounded young man from your constituency. Together, we will own our moment. Thank you.
Honorable Member for St. George North West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to quote during this speech.
Permission granted.
Open quote. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Barack Obama, end of quote. Barack Obama, 44th President of the United States of America. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, government officials, youth representatives, and specially invited guests. I, Angela Bowen, would like to first say thank you to the forward-thinking youths of St. George Northwest, who have shown confidence in me by casting their votes alongside the name Angela Bowen online. Thank you to my family, my team, the Ministry of Youth, and all those who have made it possible for me to be here today. Currently, I am a second-year student at the T.A. Marshall Community College, pursuing a triple major in law, business, and Spanish. I am originally from Wester Hall, St. David's, but after my mother's passing, I moved to my father's residence in Brizan, St. George. I am often described as a down-to-earth, talkative, confident, and naturally curious, qualities I proudly embrace as they truly reflect my authentic and approachable manner. I have a deep passion for community development, youth empowerment, and expanding educational opportunities. Where does this passion come from? It stems from my own experiences and reflections growing up. My childhood shaped my understanding on how vital these areas are, not just for individual growth, but for building stronger and more resilient communities. Experiencing the transformative power of education and witnessing the challenges that arise in underdeveloped areas inspired me to take action. I realized that investing in youth and education is the core of a brighter future. As a young person myself, I understand the struggles and aspirations of my peers. And this empathy fuels my determination. In my capacity as a youth representative, I am committed to doing everything I can to foster continuous growth and development. Whether through advocacy, community initiatives, or simply lending a listening ear, I aim to make a meaningful difference and inspire others to do the same. This passion drives me forward and reminds me daily of the positive change we can achieve together. In my foresight of the future, and note I didn't say vision, but foresight, because in my term in this great constituency, we will make a difference. I place immense value on the youths of my constituency, who represent the leaders and change innovators of tomorrow. In essence, this vision is about collaboration, working together to change communities into thriving spaces where everyone can succeed. I firmly believe that by uniting our efforts, and we can build a brighter, more inclusive future for all. As a youth parliamentarian, I have identified key focus areas in an effort to successfully create meaningful change. To begin, I aspire to create a dynamic youth council that will serve as a crucial bridge, ensuring I remain closely connected to the development, challenges, and aspirations of each village. This initiative will not only keep me engaged with the community, but also empower young people to take charge of their personal growth and embrace every opportunity to better themselves. Over the next 2 years, my primary focus will be on creating sustainable youth employment, fostering community development, promoting mental health awareness, an issue that has been plaguing our youth for years, expanding educational opportunities, and empowering young people. These initiatives will include cleanup campaigns and community building activities such as a fun day. One of the projects I am excited about is establishing a youth council for St. George Northwest. This council will consist of representatives from each village who will help coordinate these plans and bring attention to unique challenges their communities face. While this project will undoubtedly keep me connected to the needs of the community, my true passion lies in cultivating future leaders through this initiative, a concept I like to call passing on the torch. In 5 years, I envision myself completing my bachelor's degree. Furthermore, I intend to fully embrace the Kaizen philosophy, which emphasizes continuous improvement, using it as a guiding principle in every aspect of my academic, professional, and personal life. By adopting this mindset, I will strive to constantly refine my skills, expand my knowledge, and adapt to new challenges with resilience and determination. Additionally, I see myself as a catalyst for positive change in St. George Northwest by implementing impactful and long-lasting events and initiatives that inspire community development, foster inclusivity, and create memorable experiences for the residents. My goal is to contribute meaningfully to the social and economic growth of the region by organizing initiatives that promote education, entrepreneurship, and community engagement. Through these efforts, I aim to leave a legacy that not only uplifts the community, but also encourages others to take an active role in progress and innovation. Ultimately, I aspire to be a well-rounded individual, embodying leadership, integrity, and the spirit of continuous improvement, while building a future that reflects both personal success and meaningful contributions to society. To conclude, I want to leave you with this thought. Change does not happen overnight, nor does it happen in isolation. It takes a collective effort, driven by passion, vision, and determination. Together, we can cultivate a community that not only supports its youth, but also provides them with the tools and opportunities to thrive. As a youth representative, I am not just here to lead. I am here to serve, to listen, and to work alongside you as we build a brighter future, more inclusive for St. George Northwest. Let us embrace this journey with hope and determination, keeping in mind that every step we take, no matter how small, contributes to something greater. Together, we can achieve continuous growth and create a legacy of empowerment and progress that will inspire generations to come. Open quote. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. End of quote, Helen Keller. Thank you, and I look forward to working together to change communities.
Honorable Member for the Town of St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, specially invited guests, staff and other members of Parliament, members in the gallery, youth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, national youth parliamentarians, good morning. I am Ramaya Griffith. I am a daughter, a granddaughter, a friend, a role model, and today, an official national youth parliamentarian. If you had told me a few years ago that I will be standing here today addressing the nation's youth as a national youth parliamentarian, I might have laughed in your face. Not because I didn't dream big, but simply because sometimes as young people, we are taught to see our dreams as distant possibilities rather than imminent realities. We are often taught to think that leadership, influence, and change are reserved for a select few, adults with years of experience, people in high places, those with connections. But here I am, proof that young voices matter, proof that young people belong at decision-making tables, proof that we are not just passive observers in our nation's progress, but active participants in shaping it. Proof that determination creates opportunities, and when passion meets purpose, great things happen. I would like to specially thank my team, and each and every one of you that voted for me on December 5th, 2025. Be a part, 2024, sorry. Be a part, don't depart. You casted your vote, so now it's time to make a new start. Youths, I am more than just a title. I am one of you. I've sat in classrooms wondering if my opinions really mattered. I've had ideas but questioned if they were good enough. I've seen incredibly talented young people give up on their dreams because no one gave them a platform. And that is why I stand here today, not just to serve, but to ensure that no young person feels unheard, unseen, or unsupported. A few years ago, I had a conversation with a young boy at a community event. He said to me, "People always tell us to dream big, but they never tell us how to get there." That statement stuck with me. How many of us have felt the same way? How many of us have big dreams but no roadmap to achieve them? The truth is, dreaming is the easy part, but turning dreams into a reality, that's where we need guidance, mentorship, and opportunity. My motivation stems from the belief that our generation is not lacking in potential, but simply we are waiting for the right opportunities. My mission is to achieve and create those opportunities, to bridge the gap between ambition and achievement. I have seen firsthand what happens when young people are empowered. When they are given a platform, they flourish. When they are heard, they innovate. When they are believed in, they lead. That is why I am here, to ensure that more young people experience that transformation. My vision is simple but powerful: to build a generation of resilient, empowered, and successful young people. A generation that does not wait for permission to lead, create, or to make an impact. Too often we hear the phrase, "Young people are the future." But today, I challenge that. We are not just the future, we are the present. We are the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the change makers of today. My goal is to ensure that every young person, no matter their background, has the tools, knowledge, and confidence to step into that reality. During my term, my primary focus is youth empowerment, development, and participation and mental health. To turn this vision into action, I would like to shed light on two major initiatives that will run throughout my term. Number one, the MOM Project. No, not mom, but mom, mind over matter. Mental health is often a silent battle of our generation. We talk about grades, careers, and success, but what about the mindset that makes all of this possible? I have spoken to students who feel overwhelmed, burdened by expectations, and unsure of how to handle failure. I have seen talented young people doubt themselves to the point of giving up, not because they weren't capable, but because they weren't equipped with the tools to navigate life's pressures. Under the MOM Project, we will be launching a school tour where we engage students in real conversations about self-doubt, resilience, stress, and the power of a growth mindset. But this won't be your typical lecture-style session. These discussions will be interactive, engaging, and empowering. Through activities, discussions, and shared experiences, we will equip students with the mental tools they need to not just survive, but thrive. Number two, the Futurepreneurship Series. I want you to picture this: a young woman making handmade jewelry, struggling to sell beyond her close circle. Or a young man with a groundbreaking app idea but no audience. Or a teenager baking from home with dreams of owning a own cafe. Now imagine if they had the platform to showcase their talent to thousands. That is what the Futurepreneurship Series will do. Every other Friday of each month in the town of St. George, we will highlight a new small business, giving them the visibility, support, and connections they need to grow. Because when young entrepreneurships succeed, they don't just build businesses, they build futures. This initiative is more than just promotion. It is about showing them that success is possible even at a young age. that they don't have to wait for the perfect time to start. In reality, there will never be a perfect time. They can start right now. Beyond these projects and others, I will be working dedicatedly to push for greater access to entrepreneurship resources, mentorship programs, and mental health support in schools. Real change is not just about ideas, but about execution. If you ask me where I see myself in the next 5 years, my answer is simple: wherever I can make the biggest impact. Whether in government, business, or advocacy, my mission will remain the same: to uplift, empower, and create opportunities for young people. I don't just want to be remembered as someone who served in a national youth parliamentarian. In the National Youth Parliament, I want to be remembered as someone who started something that lived beyond my term, someone who helped ignite a movement where young people believe in their own potential. I want to look back in 5 years and see that the MOM project has evolved into a national initiative with more schools implementing mental health programs. The Futurepreneur series has expanded into a full-fledged network connecting young business owners with funding and mentorship, and more young people have stepped into leadership, not just because they were given opportunities, but because they believed in themselves enough to create them. To close, youths, you are never too young, you are never too small, you are never too inexperienced. You are capable, you are powerful, and your voice matters. The future is not something we wait for, it is something we create, and together we will create it. I thank you.
Honorable Member for St. Patrick West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to go. Good afternoon to everyone present here. It's good to see you all. You're all looking sharp and nice. It's nice. Mr. Speaker, I stand here before this honorable house today filled with gratitude, purpose, and an unwavering commitment to service. First and foremost, I give thanks to Almighty God for granting me the strength, wisdom, and opportunity to stand in this distinguished chamber representing the people of St. Patrick West. It is by His grace that I am here, and it is by His guidance that I intend to serve. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to my family, my campaign team, and the people of St. Patrick West who placed their trust in me. Their belief in my vision, their tireless support, and their unwavering faith have propelled me to this moment. I stand on their shoulders, and I do not take this responsibility lightly. Mr. Speaker, as I embark on this journey of representation, my focus is clear: to integrate digital transformation in the agricultural sector as a means of making agriculture more appealing, accessible, and viable for our youth. Agriculture has long been the backbone of our economy, yet we have witnessed a decline in youth participation. The reality is that young people are often deterred by the perception that farming is labor-intensive, outdated, and unprofitable. If we are to secure our nation's food, Mr. Speaker, and build a resilient economy, we must modernize agriculture and ensure it aligns with the skills and interests of our young people. By harnessing technology, innovation, and digital tools, we can change this narrative. we must invest in smart farming techniques, digital marketplaces, precision agriculture, and agricultural data analytics to revolutionize this sector. This means providing farmers with access to real-time weather updates, soil sensors, drone technology, automated irrigation systems, tools that not only increase efficiency, but also attract a generation that thrives in the digital age. Moreover, we must foster public-private partnerships to introduce agricultural technology, agritech, incubators, training programs, and financing opportunities for young entrepreneurs who wish to enter the field. Mr. Speaker, St. Patrick West is a land of immense potential, rich in history, culture, and natural resource, as we all know. However, like many rural communities, it faces unique challenges that require targeted solutions. The youth of St. Patrick West are ambitious, innovative, and eager to contribute to national development. Yet, many struggle to find viable opportunities close to home. We must bridge the gap between education and employment by equipping them with the technical skills and digital literacy necessary to thrive in a modern economy. I envision a future where young people in St. Patrick West are not just farmers, but agri-entrepreneurs, digital specialists in agriculture, and pioneers of new farming innovations. By creating avenues for them to commercialize their products through e-commerce platforms, blockchain supply chains, and direct-to-market digital systems, we will empower them to take ownership of their economic futures. Mr. Speaker, and everyone here, if we are to make this vision a reality, we must ensure that the necessary infrastructure is in place. We must. Reliable internet connectivity, access to financing, and modernized road networks are not luxuries. They are necessities if we want a thriving digital agricultural sector. Furthermore, we must integrate agricultural technology education into our school curriculum so that students learn from an early age that agriculture is not just a tradition, it's a profession of the future. Additionally, I will work alongside my colleagues in government, and of course the opposition as well, if they would have me, to create policy frameworks that incentivize youth participation in agriculture. This includes tax incentives, grant programs, and innovation hubs specifically tailored for agribusiness development. We must create an enabling environment where young people see agriculture as a sustainable and a lucrative career path. Mr. Speaker, no single individual can achieve transformation alone. Progress requires collective effort, national will, and an unwavering commitment to our shared future. I invite stakeholders from all sectors of government. I know you're listening. Private industries, academia, and civil societies to join forces in this mission with us, the youths of Grenada. Let us work together to reimagine what agriculture looks like in the 21st century. Let us break down barriers, remove outdated stigmas, and usher in an era where young people see agriculture as an exciting, technology-driven industry. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for my time being so short, ladies and gentlemen. As I take my place in this House, I do so with a deep sense of duty and responsibility. The people of St. Patrick West have entrusted me with their voices, their dreams, and their aspirations. I will fight for their opportunities, advocate for their growth, and champion policies that will secure a prosperous future for all. I believe in the resilience, ingenuity, and brilliance of our youth. I believe that with the right investments, the right policies, and the right mindset, we can transform our agricultural sector into an engine of economic growth. Sorry, let me take this over. I made a mistake there. I believe that with the right investments, the right policies, and the right mindset, we can transform our agricultural sector into an engine of economic growth, innovation, and sustainability. This is our moment to act. This is our moment to lead. And I am honored to be part of this journey. Let's do it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May God bless this honorable House, and may He continue to bless our lovely nation.
Honorable Member for St. George Southeast.
Good afternoon, everyone. What if I told you that not long ago, I never believed I was capable of standing here in this very moment, much less being elected to represent my peers? What if I told you that the same person who used to shy away from opportunities like this is now empowered, elected, determined to make a difference? What if the one thing I thought I wasn't cut out for is the very same thing that can change my life? My question to you is, how many of you have doubted yourself, believing that you cannot make a real impact, believing that you are too small or too inexperienced? The question sometimes I ask myself is, Vonik, how did you get here? But here's the truth. The how isn't as important as the why. And the why is simple. Sometimes the path isn't clear, and sometimes you can't explain the how. But what I do know is that every step I took, every moment I chose to push past fear, I chose to rise and say, I'll try, rather than succumb to I can't. All of which brought me to this pivotal moment. I'm here because I realized that purpose doesn't wait for us to feel ready. It pulls us forward even when we're unsure. So no, I don't know exactly how I ended up standing here today, but I know this: I am here for a reason, and I will fulfill that purpose with everything that I've got. Because the world is waiting for us to rise, the world is waiting for us to lead, and to break down barriers we thought were too high to climb. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Veronique Lewis. The name Veronique holds more than just letters. It's more than just being a label. And I'll share with you what it signifies. V, visionary. E, empowered. R for resilient. N for navigating. I for innovative. Q for quality. U for undaunted. E for empathetic. And as for Lewis, it represents the unwavering strength and pride of my family, reminding me each and every day of the legacy I carry forward. I'm truly humbled to stand before you today as a 19-year-old student from the T.A. Marischal Community College, a proud youth representative for St. George's Southeast. It's an incredible feeling to be here, knowing that I have the chance to represent the voices of young people in our community. This role isn't just a title, it's a responsibility I dare take seriously. Firstly, I want to be real with all of you. I know many of us are going through things that others might not understand. The pressure at home, the expectations from our family, school, the struggles to fit in with our peers. Life can feel like a constant battle, and I get it. It's tough when you feel stuck, like there's no way out, when you're surrounded by people, but you still feel alone. Some of us feel like we're living in the shadows, lost in pain, lost in uncertainty, and I know some of us, we are thinking about giving it up altogether. But let me remind you, I see you and I hear you. I'm here to tell you that change is possible, but the change, it starts within us. As your youth parliamentarian, my vision is crystal clear: to build a community where no young person feels invisible, where we don't just talk about change, we create the change. I want to help you to rise above these struggles and make sure that your voices are heard, that you have the opportunities to grow, and that you feel supported in every way possible. Here's what I need you to understand. Young people, everyone in this gallery, that you matter. In every corner of this struggle, in every tear that's been shed, you matter. And I'm standing here not just as your youth parliamentarian, but as someone who believes in the strength you have deep within. Change doesn't happen just by waiting for it. It starts right here, it starts right now, with you, with the fire that's been quietly burning inside, waiting to ignite. Life will never be perfect. There will be days when the weight of it all feels too heavy. But don't ever let anyone make you believe that you're not capable of rising from it. I promise you, the strength you need is already inside you. You have the power to decide who you will become. But here's the thing, we need each other. I can't do this alone. I'm here to listen. I'm here to fight with you. But I ask of something from you in return. When you see me stumbling, when you hear the crack in my voice, when you see the days that I too feel defeated, don't look away. Lift me up. Be the strength I need when I forget or when I may forget my own. That is what true community is all about. It's not just about me helping you. It's about us lifting each other up no matter what. If you see me falter, remind me of the vision I have for all of us. Push me forward when the road gets rough. We are not just a collection of individuals. We are a force bound by different dreams, hopes, but the same will to fight for a better tomorrow. The journey won't be easy, but nothing worth having ever is. The influence we choose. I have a story. I had to attend a church meeting, and a familiar voice called me excitedly. I looked back and I saw a boy who I once prefect. I approached him, and his left hand, he had a cigarette, his right hand, a stag. I said, young man, what are you doing with this? Put on that and drink some water. And he laughed as if something funny, nothing funny. His friend was right there, and I asked him, what do you want to achieve? He said he wants to finish school and become a chef. So what's the problem, I asked. He said, I'm not smart. I said, of course you're smart and you can achieve it. Right there and then, his friend was boasting that he finished school and now he's at college, and he's telling his friend, you cannot make it. You're not smart. His own friend. I'm here to remind you that the company we keep, it matters. I am saying this to say, the same ones we may love, the same ones we would do anything for, the same ones we depend on for support and some motivations, they are right in front of you waiting for your downfall. The distractions, the negativity, the voices telling us we can't, sometimes they're right in front of us, disguised as friends, disguised as family, our co-workers, they're right here, holding us back. But the question is, will we allow them to pull us down? Will we let their words define our future? We all have dreams, we all have potential, but how many of us are being held back because of the voices around us? How many of us are letting the wrong people control our path? You see, we can't change our destiny if we don't first change our company. When was the last time you asked yourself, self, am I growing or am I stuck? The journey of life isn't just about where you're going. Who is walking beside you? You can be anything you want to be, but you have to start by choosing to believe in yourself, by refusing to let the negativity of others dictate your worth. So I ask again, what is your next move? Who do you need to let go of to move forward? You are stronger than you think. You have the power to change your story, but only you can make that decision. As I close, I draw strength from the words of Scripture. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. No challenge is too great, no dream too far out of reach. And in the moments when we may feel weary or uncertain, we are reminded again and again that those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. This is the promise we can all hold on to, the strength to rise again, to keep moving forward no matter what comes our way. Let's show the world that we are ready. Let's show that we reach. Together we are here, and that together we will make a difference. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Saint Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I am not the loudest talker in the room. I just want you to know that. So, you will have to listen. Honorable Speaker, staff and members of Parliament, esteemed colleagues, the youth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, invited guests, good afternoon. Today is not just the beginning of my tenure. It marks the beginning of a journey that I am passionate about. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you as a youth parliamentarian and ready to serve and make a meaningful difference. My name is is Akim Philip. And I come from the village, which I consider the most beautiful and most peaceful parish in Grenada, St. Mark. I stand before you today not as a politician, not as someone with extraordinary accomplishments, but just an ordinary young man. I am someone who enjoys sports, values honesty, and strives to be straightforward and understanding in all aspects of my life. I am a genuine person who believes in the power of helping others. I want to see young people like myself achieve their goals and grow in life. I am passionate about fostering an environment where the youth can thrive, where we can all work together to build something greater for ourselves and for future generations. It's this passion for service that has led me to this moment, standing before you as a youth parliamentarian. My passion for service did not begin overnight, and it certainly wasn't something that I woke up one morning and decided to pursue. As a teacher, I believe I'm already carrying out one of the greatest services on earth, helping mold the young minds and for future generations. Now, looking back, I can trace the start of my journey to a time during my secondary school years. I remember so clearly the time spent sitting with my friends by the roadside. We'd be hanging out, talking about life. Everything from small things to the big things. We would talk about what we wanted for our future, what we wished to achieve, and our dreams of success. But no matter how far we strayed in the conversations, we always found our way back to one topic: our community. We would discuss things that we saw. We would discuss the things we saw that could be improved, the gaps that could be filled. We often talked about what we would do if we were rich or in a position of influence, what we could bring to our parish to make life better for everyone. Now, we were young and idealistic, and these were the conversations of youth with no real way of making change. But looking back, I can see that it was during these moments that my passion for service started to take shape. We were speaking from the perspective of young people who lived in the area and loved the place we called home, but wished it could be better. We felt that there were so many things that could be done, and we didn't have the resources or the influence to make them happen. I think that's where my passion for service began. I didn't realize at the time, but perhaps those simple conversations were laying the foundation for what I am doing today. Looking back now, I know that I am not alone in those thoughts and feelings. Many of you, if not all, can relate to those discussions you may have had with your friends, conversing about the problems in your communities, the things you wish could change, and how, if you had a chance, you'd make a difference. It's a universal experience for us young people. When the opportunity to be part of the National Youth Parliament came my way, I have to be honest, I was scared. My first reaction was to talk myself out of it. I thought, this is too much. I can't do this. I remember calling Miss Prince. I hope you don't have I remember calling Miss Prince and telling her that I didn't think I was able to take on such a responsibility. I was intimidated by the thought of all the interviews and the public speaking that would be involved. Now, I know that some of my colleagues can relate to this feeling. For me, public speaking is a huge challenge. As a resolved person, the idea of standing in front of so many people, speaking to an audience, can be terrifying. I'd always consider myself someone who was more comfortable in the background, observing and listening rather than speaking out. The thought of expressing my ideas clearly and confidently in front of others felt overwhelming, and I doubted my abilities. But despite that fear, something inside me said, this is your chance. I remember the conversations with my friends, the ideas we shared, the hope for change, and the desire to serve. It made me realize that if I didn't take this step, I would never know if I could make a difference. So, after a lot of inner struggle and encouragement from others, I decided to push through the fear and take on the challenge. Now that I'm here, I want to make the most of this opportunity. In the next 2 years, some of my main focus will be on areas such as youth empowerment, where we create youth groups within different communities, give youth opportunities to be leaders in the area, a theater group in the parish, to allow youths to foster their creativity and express themselves in creative ways. Education, having remedial classes for youth in need of extra help that they may need. Civic youth training for young persons in their chosen field. Sports, having more sporting activities such as football competitions, cricket and athletics, which play a major role in fostering community unity. Mental health, advocating for counselors to be at the medical stations at least twice a week. This is to help remove the stigma that mental health has in our community and see it as a genuine medical condition. There are so many issues that need our attention, and I believe it is important that we, as young people, take responsibility for the direction of our future. Some areas that I feel strongly about are increasing access to education, improving mental health resources for youth and sports. I believe that these issues are not just something we can talk about. There are things we must act on. I intend to spend the next 2 years working hard to ensure that youth voices are heard at every level of decision making. I want to be a bridge between the young people in my community and those in power, ensuring that the issues that matter to us are given the attention they deserve. I also want to focus on finding practical solutions, ones that will make a real difference in our lives. It's not enough to just talk about problems. We need to actively work towards solving them. I also aim to be a mentor and guide to other young people, helping them to realize their potential, build their confidence, and understand that their voices matter. This is not just about me. It's about all of us working together to make our community a better place, well, our communities, because I intend to work with each and every one of you, members on my side and members on the other side. When I think about the next 5 years, I don't know exactly where the journey will take me, honestly. But what I do know is that I want to continue being part of the solution. I hope to look back on my time in Youth Parliament and know that I contributed positively to the issues that matter to us. In 5 years, I see myself either still in public service advocating for the cause I believe in, or continue to build on the foundations I have laid during my time in the Youth Parliament. Whether I am pursuing higher education or exploring more opportunities in politics, one thing is certain: my service and commitment to making a difference will not fade. I want to be in a position where I can continue to advocate for the change I want to see. I want to inspire others to get involved, to speak out, and to never underestimate the power of their actions. I believe that the future is ours to shape, and if we work together, we can make a country that is just, equitable, and full of opportunities for everyone. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has supported me along this journey. First, to God, my family and friends, my mentors and colleagues. I also want to personally thank the youth who voted for me. The trust you have placed in me is something I do not take lightly. And I am committed to giving my best over the next 2 years. As I stand before you today, I am ready to put in the hard work, face the challenges, and make the most of the opportunities that lie ahead. Together, let us strive to create the future that we dream of. Not just for ourselves, but for every young person who is counting on us to lead with integrity, passion, and a deep sense of service. In closing, I want to leave you with this quote: "The history of a nation tells a lot about its people. The history of a man tells a lot about his character." As young people and a nation, we need to ask ourselves, what legacy do we want to leave after our time of service? Thank you.
Honorable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, for the St. George South, South side is the best side, and it's that. Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, dear friends and the listening public, thank you for tuning in to listen to your fellow youths of the nation in their inaugural swearing ceremony. I want to give all the youth sitting here a round of applause or a table knock. Because we're the first cohort that actually been through a youth elections. It is with deep humility and boundless gratitude that I stand before you today, delivering my maiden speech as a newly elected member of the National Youth Parliament of Grenada. To be entrusted with the responsibility of representing the hopes, challenges, and dreams of the youths in the St. George South constituency. And indeed, all of Grenada is not only an incredible honor, but a profound duty I carry with pride and commitment. But before I begin, let us take a moment to acknowledge the highest power who guides our every step. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to God, whose guidance and blessings have made this achievement possible. I'm equally thankful to the institutions that believed in me, provide opportunities for growth, and nurture my passion for leadership. To the individuals who supported and encouraged me, your unwavering faith and trust have been invaluable in helping me reach this point. To the Ministry of Youth and Sports and all its stakeholders, thank you for your unwavering support in fostering youth engagement and leadership development. We look forward to the continued success of this program and the positive impact it will have on our society. This achievement is not mine alone. It is a testament to the strength and unity of all those who have been part of this journey. For that, I'm eternally grateful. Thank you all. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the youth of the St. George South constituency for electing me as a youth representative. I deeply appreciate the trust you've placed in me, and I vow to serve you with integrity, dedication, and a steadfast commitment to addressing your needs and concerns. Your voices will always be heard, and your issues will remain a priority. At the core of my beliefs stands equity. The firm conviction that every individual, regardless of their background, deserves equal access to opportunity. Whether in education, healthcare, or employment, it is imperative that no one is left behind. We must build a society that empowers every young person to rise to their fullest potential, regardless of where they come from. As I step into the selfless position of service, I am acutely aware of the weight of this history, of the weight of the history in these chambers. I stand on the shoulders of those who have come before me, whose work has paved the way for the progress we enjoy today. Yet, I also recognize that we face challenges that require fresh ideas, bold action, and an unwavering commitment to the values that define us. Before I go into my brief bibliography, I would like to take a moment to give you all a story. So as a young boy growing up in Belmont and Springs and Pandy Beach and all the other communities around the St. George South area, I was given a nickname. And before I tell you that nickname, my name is Jonathan Mitchell, for those of you who know, right? And the name that was given to me, and the youths not knowing my surname is Mitchell, is Keith Mitchell. And I say this to say that I've reached this far, not by chance, but I guess the youths had aspirations for me when I was younger. So I thank them for the aspirations. My story begins in the heart of Grenada, which is Belmont, of course, where as a child I was instilled with the values of hard work, perseverance, and a deep love for my country. Raised in a community that valued education and unity, I learned early on that success is not just a personal ambition, but about giving back to the society that shapes us. From the classroom of my alma maters, the Greater Boys Secondary School, the St. George SDA Primary School, and the Brilliant Pre-Primary School, where lessons in leadership and determination were solidified to my first step into public service. I never lost sight of the values that would one day bring me to this esteemed position of a national youth parliamentarian. I understood that true leadership was not about holding a title, but about being a beacon marking the way, advocating for change, and ensuring that the future of our nation is one where we all have opportunity to thrive. Today, as I stand in this chamber, I'm more than just a representative for my constituency, but I am an embodiment of every young person who dares to dream and work tirelessly to make those dreams a reality. Every challenge I face, every lesson I've learned, and every person who has supported me along the way has contributed to this incredible journey. This is just the beginning. The party leadership is never easy, but with each step, I'm reminded that no dream is too big when fueled by determination, unity, and his desire to make a meaningful impact. From the walls of the Greater Boys Secondary School to the halls of Parliament, a powerful stanza from my alma mater song continues to echo within me. Mr. Speaker, permission to, let's say, sing in your chambers.
Permission granted.
Thank you. And guys, I apologize that the students from my alma mater is not here. They just left. But regardless, I'll continue. And when boyhood days are over, they're starting. I'm singing, I know I'm singing. Right? I'm just giving a start, right? And when boyhood days are over, our motto must still remain. For only by earnest endeavor, the highest we shall attain. A truly great West Indies, be this our constant aim. Some mountain insular boundaries, a people in more than name. And of course, the prize to the one who earns it. Let this be your golden rule, and ever enhance its merit. The slacker is folly's stool. Thank you. To all the old boys and old girls, you know this truth. And for the individuals who may not know this truth is non palma sine labore. Let me reiterate, non palma sine labore. No reward without labor. Let's continue striving, for greatness is earned, not given. Moreover, we must confront the pressing issues of our time. The future of our communities cannot be compromised by the challenges that we refuse to address. I will work alongside my colleagues to tackle these urgent needs and protect the future we all share. As Youth Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation, and Transportation, yes, I know it's a lot. I am deeply committed to advocating for advancements that not only improve our current systems, but also lay the groundwork for a prosperous future. We are a developing nation, and to realize our full potential, we must build reliable networks that facilitate sustainable growth and improve accessibility for all. This commitment goes beyond just modernization. It is about resilience and forward thinking. We must invest in infrastructure that withstand the challenges of tomorrow and continue to serve our citizens, businesses, and visitors for generations to come. By upgrading our transportation system, ensuring the efficiency and accessibility of public utilities, and enhancing civil aviation networks, we are laying a strong foundation for growth that will attract international investments, stimulate tourism, and significantly enhancing the quality of life for every citizen. We must prioritize innovation and sustainability to ensure that our infrastructure is not just built for today, but is also adaptable to the evolving demands of the future. It is critical that we create an environment that fosters economic growth, provides reliable service, and ensures safety and ease of movement for all. By advocating for these improvements, we are not just enhancing our infrastructure, we are unlocking opportunities for our nation's future and empowering the next generation to thrive. However, we cannot face these challenges alone. This is a moment for unity and collaboration. We may come from different backgrounds, with different ideologies, but our shared responsibility to the country we serve far outweighs any selfish agenda. It is through our collective effort that we will find solutions. Let me leave you with this thought. Take a risk. If the outcome isn't what you expected, at least you can say you tried. In closing, I am deeply grateful for this opportunity, and I pledge to use this platform to further the cause of youth development. To my colleagues in this chamber, I look forward to working with you, engaging in respectful debate, and finding common ground for the greater good. To the youth of my constituency and Grenada, I assure you that your voices will always be heard, and I will represent you with respect, strength, and honor. Now, before I close, I just want to give you guys a little brief synopsis of my campaign, just a little picture out of it. While I was campaigning, and I told people my name, Jonathan Mitchell. They will say, "An next Mitchell again?" They say something about them Mitchell and them all like power boy. But to me, my last name doesn't define me or define my predecessors. I am the new me, and we are the ones who can change the future. I like to consider the youths as the new changers and innovators of this world. So, now let's take a moment to internalize these words. Before I take my seat, I want to remind my colleagues who and what we are doing this one for. As my campaign slogan said, let's do this one for the youths. Thank you. I'll sit now.
Member for St. George Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, specially invited guests, members of the gallery, colleagues, and youth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, good afternoon. It is with a heart of thanksgiving and a great sense of pride that I stand before you today as the youth representative for the mighty St. George Northeast constituency. This moment is not just about me. It is about every young person who dares to dream of a better future, a future where voices are heard and contributions are valued. In the words of John S. Mbiti, an African philosopher who explored the concept of Ubuntu, a philosophy emphasizing the interconnectedness of all people, I stand today as an embodiment of the phrase, "I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am." From our formative years, these principles were deeply etched into our Afro-West Indian culture, rooted in the way we lived and thrived as a people. Yet, with the overwhelming influence of our westernized culture and the inadequate promotion of our own values, we find ourselves at an inflection point. We find ourselves at a point where action must be taken, lest we fall victim to the second law of thermodynamics, which states that a system left to itself will eventually move towards disorder. For me, the words "I am because we are" was central to my upbringing, shaping my worldview and solidifying my decision to follow the teachings, principles, and precepts of Jesus Christ. A life dedicated to service, compassion, and the unwavering commitment to uplifting others. I am Akim Bradley Williams, a proud son of Grenada, a nutritionist, a youth advocate, Ms. Leno's son, from the vibrant community of Willis. Above all, I am someone who it took a village to raise. Today, I stand in this honorable chamber, not just as a representative, but a reflection of the hopes, the struggles, the ambition of the young people in my constituency. Those who understand and those who still struggle to grasp what it truly means to journey towards success, to face reality with zeal, to rise above the challenges, to rise to the occasion, and to win above all odds. I am because we are. Today, I am because of the relentless commitment of two incredible Grenadian trailblazers who have not only impacted my life, but the life of many generations. The late Odette Bess Campbell, a veteran journalist, a Sunday school teacher, community pillar, and a voice of a generation, a person who taught me and showed me what it meant to commit to community. The late Miss Netta Bridgman of New Hampshire, who taught me that it is not all those who say, Lord, Lord, shall inherit the kingdom of heaven, but it's they that do the will of the Father. She drilled home the importance of loving my neighbor as myself in the context of community. Today, I honor them for their unwavering dedication to community, their selfless service, and their legacy of empowering others have shaped my journey, but also the path of many who follow. It is because they were that I am. I am because of the community that raised me, the son of a single mother who struggled to make ends meet, the beneficiary of the Poor Relief Program, or SEED as it's now called, supported by teachers at every level, neighbors, friends, and family. I am because of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, whose teachers took me in as a transfer student on the verge of becoming another statistic, transforming me into a citizen of significance. A school whose adage, every child matters, embodies the philosophy, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. It is there I learned the true value of humanity, the importance of unity, shared responsibility, and the undeniable worth of every individual. It is because they were that I am. Today I stand proud, the first head boy, valedictorian, and now the first elected youth parliament representative of the mighty St. George Northeast constituency. Our campaign journey throughout our community has been a unique opportunity to listen, to learn, and to truly understand the heartbeat of our constituents. Deep within the hearts of many is a longing, a yearning for something more. Not just another short-term fix, not just another pilot project, but long-term solutions. The building of systems that will ensure our communities are sustainable, safe, and secure for all. This journey has also revealed something powerful. Within our communities are young men and women who possess a deep sense of pride in their country. They are eager to contribute, to build, and to see real change. However, in the real world, as we know, barriers and disruptors too often stand in the way. But the challenges we face are not that individuals lack the ability to organize community initiatives, because they certainly do. Instead, our culture has shifted, and as I mentioned it before, we have imported this culture that in many ways is deeply rooted in individualism, the mindset of me, myself, and I, where personal success often takes precedence over the collective good. As a result, many no longer see the value in the principle, I am because we are, a principle that once defined our communities and shaped our very way of life. This shift has contributed in a decline in community activities we now see. Once vibrant neighborhoods rich in farming, sporting activities, community development have grown quiet. While many still have the passion and the desire to make a difference, barriers stand in their way. Barriers that make it harder to sustain and scale meaningful community engagement. This is why we see a unique opportunity to advocate for the creation and the legislation of decentralized community leadership councils rooted in the very communities they are meant to serve. Community is not a word, and we heard it from our Honorable Prime Minister today. It is a way of life. We simply cannot allow community development to be caught up in yet another cycle of political division. Our young residents are weary, and the resounding cry is, nothing seems to be happening anymore. Once active, self-sustaining communities have now faded into stagnation. The law of entropy has taken hold. A system left to itself will inevitably descend into disorder. And so, it is a pivotal moment. We must recognize that the challenge will not happen by accident. Let's say this again. And so, at this pivotal moment, we must recognize that change will not happen by accident. This is why my team and I are committed to advocating for these community leadership councils, not just as administrative bodies managing shared spaces like community centers, but as a catalyst for revitalization. These councils must function as a system that incentivizes and encourages participation, ensuring leadership and development are not just the responsibility of a select few, but the collective effort that strengthens us all. As the first male nutritionist for the Parish of St. George and now youth minister with the responsibilities for health in this honorable house, I stand committed to advocating for the health and well-being of the youth in this generation and in the generations to come. It is evident that in the understanding of generational gaps, that those gone before us view and experience the world in a different lens with slightly different values than we do. I believe, as we deliberate in this house and serve in our varying capacities, it should never become commonplace for the perspective and values of those who will come after us, particularly in relation to the impact of our leadership decisions, to be seen as less valuable. In the same vein, the principle "I am because we are" suggests that we do not build systems that create barriers. There are those who have reaped the benefits of the system that were once available, only to pull the ladder up, making it more difficult for those who will come after. We cannot allow this to continue. Too often, the pens of history continue to write of those in higher places while overlooking the struggles of those in the perceived lesser place. As we move forward, we must remember that our decisions and the systems we build should serve to uplift all and not just a select few. While we demand things like reparatory justice, our systems should not allow for the funneling of large sums of money out of our economic space by young health professionals and those in the beautification industry to build the very places we demand must pay their fair share. These funds should stay in our communities to build the sustainable communities we need. There is room for a conversation. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the mere absence of a disease or an infirmity. It is the foundation that we will advocate. It is the foundation that I will advocate for a system that recognizes that health is deeply influenced by what we do years before illness strikes, and not only how we respond once it has arrived. To this, I say that our country will never truly be healthy without a system of food and nutrition security. Our forefathers understood this in the creation of the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. It is certainly not just about putting food on a plate, but there is an art and a science backed by over 100 years of research. Today, as I stand in this house, I want to take the opportunity to honor the great Betty Ann Finley and now Mrs. Lydia Brown for their enormous contribution to this cause. Moreover, our youths will never truly be healthy if our system continues to support school environments dominated by highly processed foods known to contribute and aggravate underdiagnosed mental health disorders such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, among others. These challenges significantly impact learning outcomes continuing into adulthood. This I know all too well. The youth of a country can never truly be healthy while the overconsumption of alcohol is promoted here, there, and everywhere, despite the clear evidence that alcohol is a well-established cancer-causing, DNA-damaging substance. Cancer has been the leading cause of death in Grenada for over a decade, and it is a time for us to confront this with preventative action. Our communities will never truly be healthy unless our common areas are utilized by individuals across the entire physical activity and interest spectrum. This can include making outdoor sporting complexes more attractive and accessible, allowing people to engage in various activities to promote health, well-being, and social connection. We will never truly be healthy if we don't address in our country the food environment. The quality of food we import continues to play a significant role in our declining health. Efforts to introduce change, such as a simple warning label that outlines the contents of a product, are often met with resistance. While labels simply provide factual information, they are rejected largely due to concerns over potential impacts on business interests. The truth is, some benefit from the current system, while others bear the consequence. Food insecurity, poor nutrition are the heart of the obesity and chronic non-communicable disease crisis we face today, which not only affects individuals, but also places a strain on our public health resources. Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply continue like this. The solution is by no means easy, but we must care enough if we want to see the change we need. In our system, it is clear to see that cost of living coupled with food and nutrition insecurity has significantly contributed to our obesity and chronic non-communicable disease crisis. The reality is that the burden of these consequences is largely carried by our government, who must bear the financial strain because many among us simply cannot afford. I stand before you today with a strong sense of purpose and commitment to the future of our constituency. As the youth representative, I am dedicated to engaging every one of you, understanding your concerns and working together to drive positive change. We aim to achieve these through various initiatives, some of which include the following. Through the St. George Northeast Community Builders Initiative, Entrepreneurs in Action, we aim to create spaces of meaningful impact, ensure young people are not just participants, but leaders in shaping their future. This initiative will promote youth and youth-led businesses, providing opportunities for engagement across various sectors, barbershops, salons, event promoters, vendors, and much more. As the project progresses into its second phase, we hope to work towards the development of a prototype of an online platform that connects young people and, by extension, the wider community. Community engagement must be the core of any meaningful transformation. Mobilizing grassroots support will take a key role in lobbying for the issues that matter, not just for today, but for our future. As part of this, community days will be introduced, focusing on small projects such as cleanup campaigns and beautification efforts in different communities. These activities will not only enhance public spaces, but will also strengthen the bonds among residents. Additionally, through the piloting of our urban garden and food bank initiative, efforts will be made to work alongside farmers to develop systems that increase access to nutritious food for those mostly affected by our current cost of living. As we continue to face challenges, I urge us all to remember that change is not something that will happen overnight. It requires commitment, dedication, and the collective effort of us all. It requires an unwavering belief in the principle that I am because we are. Together, we have the power to reshape the future for betterment of our community and our nation. In closing, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to those who have supported me on this journey, to my team, to Ms. Morris, Ms. Diane, Ms. Prince, Ms. Edwards, and the team at the Ministry of Youth. I want to express my sincerest thanks and gratitude. To the youth of my constituency, to my friends, family, and loved ones, to my colleagues who supported me in this journey, I want to say a special thank you. Your commitment to change and progress gives me hope for a brighter future. Thank you for trusting me with the privilege of representing your interests and the interests of building our nation. I thank you.
Honorable members, I must thank you for your contributions in this swearing-in ceremony. I must say that I look forward in seeing your implementations throughout your tenure as the elected youth parliamentarians in your various constituencies. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment of the Youth Parliament, signed and die.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion as moved by the Prime Minister.
Honorable members of the Youth Parliament, before putting the question to the vote, I now invite the Parliamentary Secretary within the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Senator Sylville Francis, who was also a youth parliamentarian, to address this Youth Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Mr. Mr. Speaker, sir. My apologies, I have grown accustomed to Madam President. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. Allow me to recognize our esteemed ministers of government, honorable members of the inaugural National Youth Parliament, or distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is indeed historic for me for many reasons, and it is indeed historic for Grenada. As we gather here for this momentous occasion, we've merely witnessed the swearing in of youth parliamentarians, but we are celebrating the birth of a new era in youth leadership, civic engagement, and national development. This is a defining moment, not just for you or me, or our inaugural youth parliamentarians, but for our entire nation. Standing before you today, as introduced by Mr. Speaker, I am the most recently appointed government senator and parliamentary secretary with responsibility for youth. I am deeply honored to address you, but beyond my current role, I stand here as someone who once occupied a seat much like yours as a national youth parliamentarian. And as I look around, I see other people who served with me as national youth parliamentarians, and I'm sure they are immensely proud to witness this moment as I am. Today, I am leaving. I recall vividly the moments I stood in chambers, feeling the weight of possibility and envisioning a future where I could serve my country in an official capacity. And today, I am leaving a small part of that dream. And I heard a lot of dreams being mentioned, and you too one day definitely can take over my job, minister's job, and any one of the other jobs. And let me assure you, the lessons, experiences, and discipline I gained from my time as a youth parliamentarian shaped the leader I am today. You too now stand on the threshold of something great. You have made history by being part of this inaugural National Youth Parliament. This is not just another extracurricular activity or a line to add to your resume. This is a privilege and a profound responsibility, and I encourage you to see it as just that. Do not take this opportunity lightly. Embrace every moment that it provides. I charge you, and if you don't take anything else I say from this, I want you to take this. I charge you, every one of you, to be better than us. Do not let this be a ceremonial title, a fleeting moment of recognition. Instead, let it be a call to action. Grenada needs you, your ideas, your passion, and your commitment. You are not just the leaders of tomorrow, and I heard some speakers mention that, and that is so true. You are paving the way for the greatness that is to come from the generations after us. Your voice carries weight, and your actions will set the standard for those who follow in your footsteps. In this chamber, let your debates be robust, but let them also be respectful. Let your convictions be strong, but let them also be rooted in principle and integrity. We must set ourselves apart from the kind of politics that seek to divide rather than unite, that prioritizes personal gain over national interest. Gutter politics has no place in the halls of leadership. And as youth parliamentarians, you have a duty to uphold the highest standards of decorum and excellence. For years, I have lobbied for this moment, and I observe a parliamentarian, national former, smiling there because I know it's something that we've lobbied for years. In fact, I want you to be like me in some aspects, to continue to lobby for things that are of national importance. I got in trouble because I was too outspoken when I continuously lobbied for this moment. So today I am proud to be witnessing this. I have lobbied for this moment. Honorable parliamentarians, seeing this come to fruition is heartwarming and reaffirming, but this is just the beginning. What happens next is up to you. Will you be content with simply holding the title, or will you use this platform to effect real change? The choice is yours. But let me remind you, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique is watching. The younger ones coming after you are watching. You have the power to inspire, to lead, to serve with distinction. Seize the opportunity and make it count. Today, you've all taken your oath, and I urge you to commit not just with words but action. Stand tall, speak with conviction, serve with honor, and above all, always remember your role in this youth parliament is not just about representing the youth, it is representing the best of Grenada. I charge you, go forth and serve. Our country needs you. Congratulations, and may your journey be one of purpose, growth, and impact. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now invite the Minister of Youth and Sports and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Delma Thomas, to address the Youth Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending all our youth parliamentarians. I am so very impressed by your presentation here today. And Akim, the member for St. Mark, I heard you say that you are not a public speaker. So I too am not a public speaker, but here am I, a third-term member of parliament. So I'm saying that if I can do it, then you can do it too. Today is a historic day for Grenada, one that marks a bold step forward in youth engagement, leadership, and governance. Today, we have witnessed a remarkable demonstration of intellect, passion, and civic engagement from our youth parliamentarians. As I said, I am so impressed by your presentation, which reflect a deep understanding of the issues that confront you as young people and even confront us as Grenadians. And you are willing to find genuine solutions in fixing those problems. The energy, the enthusiasm displayed today reaffirm our belief that the future of our country is in capable hands. It is heartening to see young people stepping forward, engaging in meaningful debate, and proving that they are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but also active contributors of national development today. As policymakers, we must continue to create spaces for young people to be heard, to develop their leadership skills, and to participate meaningfully in decision-making. Their voices matter, or your voices matter. Your ideas are valuable, and your involvement in government strengthens our democracy. As we gather here at our nation's highest decision-making institution, we celebrate not just the swearing in of 14 of you today, but the promise of a future where young people's voices are heard, valued, and empowered to shape our national development. On December 5th, 2024, we witnessed an unprecedented moment in our democracy, our first ever national youth elections. Over 1,000 young people exercised their right, their democratic right, to vote for the candidate of their choice, selecting representatives who will now serve as the voice of their peers at the national level. We have 14 of you present here today. Karikou is missing, and we understand why. During that whole period, we had the issue of burial. I'm pleased to announce that Karikou is now preparing to have their own elections. So very soon we'll have 15 members in this House, 15 elected members. To each of you, youth parliamentarian honorable members, I extend my warmest congratulations. You have earned the trust of your fellow young people, and you have earned the trust of everyone today. I mean, listening to you today, I know I met some of you at Youth Talk and the different presentation, but listening to you today, I am hopeful. Hopeful not for the future, but hopeful for the now. And so I want to congratulate you and say we look forward to working with you. I am pleased to announce that the Youth Parliament will be legislated. I know that came up as a question. And so they already have a draft that is presently will be reviewed by Legal Affairs. And so within this legislative year, we are hopeful that it will be tabled in this honorable House. Leadership is not just about occupying a seat in Parliament. It is about service, and we heard a lot about it today. It is about integrity. It is about making meaningful difference in the lives of those who place the confidence in you. Your work, parliamentarian, begins now advocating for youth of your constituencies, presenting solutions to the challenges they face, and actively participating in national discussions that shape our country's future. The government of Grenada remains committed to ensuring that this is not just a symbolic initiative. Through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, each youth parliamentarian will receive EC 5,000 community support grant to implement projects that positively impact your constituency. Additionally, we will provide mentorship and capacity building workshops to help strengthen your leadership potential and prepare you for future roles in governance, business, and civil society. To the young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, I say this: your voice matters, your ideas matter. The initiative is proof that you are the leaders. You are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. The time has come for you to take your place at the table, to participate actively in shaping policies, and to hold us as leaders accountable. To the families, mentors, and educators who have nurtured and supported these young parliamentarians, I extend my gratitude. Your guidance has helped them to reach this point, and I urge you to continue supporting them in their journey. As I close, I want to remind you honorable members that leadership is not about self, but about service. You will face challenges, but always remember why you chose the step forward. Because you believe in the power of change, in the potential of our young people and in the future of our beloved nation. Congratulations once again, and may you lead with wisdom, passion, and unwavering commitment to the people you represent. I thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a few remarks on the adjournment. Honorable Minister of Youth, our esteemed guests, distinguished facilitators, members of the media, esteemed adjudicators, and my fellow youth parliamentarians, good afternoon. It is with profound gratitude that I stand before you today to express our appreciation to all who have contributed to making this swearing-in ceremony a resounding success. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Youth and the Houses of Parliament for their unwavering support and dedication to the development of young leaders in Grenada. Your guidance and commitment to youth empowerment have laid the foundation for us to grow into responsible and engaged citizens. Our deep appreciation goes out to the Ministry of Education, whose committed efforts in fostering youth education and leadership ensure that young voices are heard and valued in national discussions. Your investment in our future fuels our drive to create meaningful change. A special thank you to our media partners, GBN and WFM Grenada, among others, for capturing and broadcasting this monumentous occasion. Your role in amplifying youth engagement and parliamentary proceedings is invaluable. We also acknowledge the National Lotteries Authority for their steadfast support in youth initiatives and nation-building efforts. Your generosity enables programs like the National Youth Parliament to flourish, creating platforms for young people to develop their skills and to contribute meaningfully to society. To the management of WYCA in Grenville, the Corinth Community Center, the Pastoral Center in St. John's, and the Point Salines Hotel, we extend our deepest gratitude for your hospitality and logistical support, which have played a critical role in making this event possible. Your facilities provide safe and welcoming spaces for growth and development of our youth. Our sincere thanks to the Grenada Olympic Committee, whose commitment to excellence and discipline mirrors the values we uphold as young parliamentarians. Your engagement is a reminder that perseverance and hard work leads to success. We are truly grateful to Mr. Mikey Hutchinson and all individuals who have contributed their time, resources, and expertise to ensure the smooth execution of this ceremony. Your support has enriched this experience, making it all the more meaningful. A special word of appreciation to Dr. Tessa Sincere, our lead facilitator, for exceptional leadership and guidance. Your wisdom and dedication inspire us to be diligent, ethical, and proactive in our roles. To our parish-level facilitators and adjudicators, your contributions to the training and preparation of youth parliamentarians have been indispensable. Your mentorship and expertise have equipped us with the confidence and knowledge to navigate this journey with integrity and competence. Finally, to all attendees, well-wishers, and supporters, thank you for being here today to witness the significant milestone. Your presence reaffirms the importance of youth leadership and governance in our nation's development. As we embark on this journey as youth parliamentarians, we do so with a spirit of service, dedication, and a commitment to positively impacting our communities. Once again, thank you all, and may we continue to work together to build a brighter future for Grenada.
Additionally, we'd like to thank the President of the Senate, who has been out of state, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is not with us as they are recovering from a visit to the dentist. profound gratitude to both presiding officers. Honorable members, the question proposed is that this Youth Parliament now stands adjourned, sine die. Honorable members, the question is that this Youth Parliament stands adjourned, sine die. Those who are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes indeed have it. This Youth Parliament stands adjourned, sine die.
To my supporters, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you for your vote.
I just want to say a special thank you to all who has supported me. I must say it has been a wonderful journey. The experience, the love, I appreciate it all.
I just want to congratulate all the youth parliamentarians, and I look forward to working with them for the next 2 years and serving the young people and being a voice for all the young people across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
I am so grateful to you, the supporters and the voters, for this inaugural youth election.
I am grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this program put on by the ministry. It has helped me grow and develop in terms of my public speaking and also meeting young people like myself. To all the youths out there who may feel like giving up, this is a living testimony that when you are surrounded with people who would influence you to keep on moving forward, and that you also should believe in yourself to never give up.
Thank you again for your support. Thank you for your encouragement, and I will be here with you.
I would like to thank all those who voted for me, and especially thank the Ministry of Youth for this amazing opportunity.
I'd like to express a heartfelt thank you and express my gratitude to the Ministry of Youth for giving us Youth Parliament candidates the opportunity. And again, thank you to my voters, to my supporters, and my team who helped me bring home this win.
And so you have relied your trust in me, and I want to say that I'm truly, truly thankful. I wouldn't have been here without your support.
I firstly want to thank all my supporters and my team. This wasn't a single person effort, it was a collaboration. My team was fully behind me, and I want to thank them.
And to my supporters, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you for your vote.
I just want to say a special thank you to all who has supported me. I must say it has been a wonderful journey. The experience, the love, I appreciate it all.